Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to start on day fourth and final day of this County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. It's a game that has been rain affected, and yet still at the start of this last day we think that a result could be possible. The weather is set fair this morning. The forecast, however, suggests that we might get a slight interruptions as the day goes on. We'll have to hope that they're not quite as serious as yesterday. Players leaving the field yesterday in mid-afternoon and not getting back out there. The overnight situation is that Warwickshire are 171 for 3 in their second innings. They trail by 8 runs, and this after they were invited to follow on 179 runs behind. The mainstays of this Warwickshire second innings, the captain Alex Davis, who made 65, and the man who is about to face the first ball of the morning, former captain Will Rhodes, who is 72 not out. He's faced 152 balls, and he has proved a very, very dogged and determined opponent for the Worcestershire seam bowlers on a pitch that has helped the seam bowlers throughout, and there's no reason why we shouldn't expect that that will be the case this morning. Matthew Waite opens proceedings from the New Road end, and on the back foot Rhodes defends the first ball of the day. There'll be an update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners shortly, but before that, time for me to welcome from BBC CWR, BBC WM, Clive Eakin, formerly, like me, at BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Yes, indeed. Good morning. Warwickshire's aim is to see this game out now. I think realistically, obviously, if they get bowled out with a lead, then they might try and win it. But their aim is to stay in.
Waite in bowls and Rhodes defends up to mid-on. Yeah, their aim is to bat, basically, isn't it? I think they would probably happily bat for the rest of the day.
Well, they probably have to get to tea to be safe, I would say.
Yeah. I think the rain yesterday probably hurt their chances of winning more than it hurt Worcestershire's chances of winning. But they're unlikely to have a chance of winning. They just want to bat, don't they? Just want to keep batting, I think. Here's Waite again. Round the wicket to Rhodes, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Not convincing, really. Round the wicket. Probably going down the leg side, I think. Umpire James Middlebrook not impressed. He did get one left-hander LBW, Matthew Waite. Rob Yates, first man to go, out for 5 yesterday. But no dramas in the second innings, such as we had in the first, when Tom Taylor bowled that remarkable spell yesterday morning, taking 5 for 6 and ending with career best figures. He's bouncing up and down at mid-off. I think we'll see him from the Diglis end at the end of this over. Waite bowls, Rhodes chips away on the leg side. D'Oliveira fields the end of the first over of the day, which was a maiden, 171 for 3, and Hamza Sheikh will be on strike against Tom Taylor. And I think the update is coming shortly, I hope. So I'll probably keep talking, Clive. I might as well. I hope they don't forget us like they did yesterday at this time.
Talking about sandwiches at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment they are. Yeah. Well, they're still talking about sandwiches. We're listening, if you're wondering what's going on, to feed from BBC Hereford and Worcester in our headphones here as we wait to do an update into the programme. So it's quite distracting. A conversation about gluten-free sandwiches at the moment. Hamza Sheikh taking guard. Tom Taylor in the sunshine. It is a beautiful, perfect September morning here at New Road. As Taylor runs in and bowls, and Sheikh is edging this one down to third man. Amar Verdi, the fielder. They get a single. First run of the day. Second ball of the day yesterday. Removed Hamza Sheikh, so he must have had a few little thoughts in his mind as Taylor ran up to bowl that one, but he got away with it. 172 for 3. Here comes that update. Yeah, the man who did the damage yesterday, Elliot, has got the ball in his hand again at the moment. Tom Taylor about to come in to bowl from the Digley end. We're in the second over of the day. Different situation from yesterday as Worcestershire press to try and get into a winning position in this game. Warwickshire followed on yesterday after Taylor's remarkable burst of 5 for 6. They were 179 behind on first innings. They've proved much more dogged in the second. They're 172 for 3, so they still trail by 7 runs. Will Rhodes, their former captain, who's due to leave at the end of the season, has been very, very determined. He's on 72. Hamza Sheikh is with him on 2. And in the sunshine here at New Road, Worcestershire hoping that they can pick up early wickets as they did yesterday and get themselves into a winning position. So that's the situation at the moment. We're in the second over and Warwickshire still trailing by 7, 172 for 3. Over to you, Clive.
Yes, Will Rose spoke to him afterwards, looking forward to playing for Durham. He's taking a bit of stick in the changing room at the moment. Lost the captaincy, now he's leaving, so he's getting a bit of ribbing for that. But he's looking to finish strongly. Scored a double century against Kent. He acknowledges that this has been a tougher one as this comes around the wicket. He plays that to mid-on. There's no right. He had almost a free ride against Kent because of the match situation.
Yeah, he did. He made the point of how well Taylor bowled, didn't he, yesterday?
Did, yes.
I think it's good when players pay credit to the opposition, not just to sort of excuse themselves, but to genuinely say, well, you know, when somebody bowls like that and forces with them, it doesn't matter how well you play, really. It's their day.
So Taylor, a bit of a black cloud overhead, but I don't think it's going to deposit any rain on us. And Hurley's roads up there a little bit as he plays forward to that. It's a 5 pound, I think. So he goes on walkabout. Warwickshire having to start again, and they've got a very inexperienced batter at one end. Worcestershire could have a chance at getting a couple of early breakthroughs, which would put real pressure. Warwickshire still haven't wiped out the first innings deficit. They need 7 more to do that. And I say they want to make sure that they save the game. They'll be mindful that though Lancashire and Nottinghamshire are up against it, either or both of those teams could still draw their respective matches. They won't win, but they could draw. As Taylor comes round the wicket, and that's left. And if Warwickshire to lose and one or both of those were to draw, then it'll put them under a bit of pressure. If they end up all drawing even, then Warwickshire would still be 28 points clear with 2 games to go, which would be reasonable safety. Bad news at Taunton, by the way, and that real thriller. It's been delayed by rain. Where Somerset, with Tom Banton batting despite his injury, 195 for 9, leading Surrey by 191.
They don't lose many, Surrey. So big day that down there at Taunton.
They've lost a couple of odd ones over this season.
Yeah, they lost an innings at Hampshire, didn't they? Huge defeat, which was extraordinary, really. It was just after they'd hammered Worcestershire. Matthew Waite over the wicket to the right-handed Hamza Sheikh bowls, and Hamza Sheikh is pushing this one up to Amal Verdi at mid-on. It is, I was just saying, and I know if you can't get down here, then you enjoy listening to us, perhaps watching the stream, and we're very grateful that you do that, and that's what we're here for. But if you're in the area and you've got access, there are worse things to do than come down to New Road on a morning like this, because it is glorious, and there aren't many people in the ground as Waite is in and bowls, and Sheikh is taken on the pad, drops down on the onside, strangled appeal from behind the stumps. It is absolutely glorious here. The sun is shining, it's warm, it got a bit chilly in the afternoon yesterday, but it's fine this morning, I think, and it's going to be a long winter. Get down here and just enjoy this scene. Free after tea if we're still playing then. Worth coming down just to get a little bit more cricket in before the end of the year. One more home game after this, of course, right at the end of the month against Lancashire. Waite in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sheikh. And I often think, Clive, as you walk past or drive past in the winter, or maybe come to the ground for a function in the winter or whatever, and you look at it and you if you dream of summer days, you've got to make the most of them, I think, when you get to this time of the year, because September cricket at New Road is always a bit special, I think, and the ground looks magnificent today, doesn't it? So green. There's a game here on Sunday, National Knockout Club Final, 40 overs aside. As Waite is in again. Oh! Apologies if you lost us there briefly. For some reason our line went down, but we think we're back with you now. Hope so. It might be worth getting somebody to let us know if you're back with us. Matthew Waite bowls and Hamza Sheikh defends. Could message me. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58. If you would like to get in touch about anything, but especially just now, if you lost our commentary but you've got it back, we would be relieved to know. Haven't heard that there are any problems anywhere. But
we're there.
We lost our line momentarily there. It does happen occasionally. Never quite know why. Here comes Waite again. Last ball of the over, he bowls to Sheikh. Oh, that's absolutely where he wants to bowl. Just outside off stump. Got a bit of extra bounce. Just past the shoulder of the bat and through to Gareth Roderick. Quick mention for a message I've received, Clive, from Graham Waldwin, who says, "Morning, Frank. Essex were deducted 12 points yesterday for an illegal bat. Didn't Worcestershire have a problem with the bat earlier this season? Away game, can't recall where." They did. It was in the T20, it was Josh Cobb, and I think it was Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, who spotted as soon as he walked out that his bat was too big, and Worcestershire might perhaps get points deducted in the T20 competition next year. I think that's the situation.
So this one is left, there's no run. Some people saying, oh, it seems a bit harsh, 12 points, but I guess the fact that Essex won the match concern might have been a factor.
Well, I think they take it very seriously, and I know that Worcestershire were annoyed a little bit that Josh Cobb transgressed, because they have a gauge in the dressing room, and there was no reason why it shouldn't have been checked. And they are, as far as I understand it, there is the potential for a points deduction next year. I don't know.
Around the wicket comes Taylor. That's worked onto that. He's found a little gap there as Rhodes, and the ball racing along. Outfield might have sped up a little bit. He gets a couple of runs. Let's move on to 74. That points deduction does, by the way, throw Essex very much into the mix in terms of placings. Worcestershire at the moment, before the points from these matches are awarded, 3 points behind Essex. Now Essex are in a strong position in their game against Notts, albeit they haven't got a wicket so far this morning, but it does throw the top four very much into either Worcestershire or Warwickshire's grasp. This next one is pushed to mid-on. There's no run.
Champions League spot, top four, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
If Worcestershire got in the top four, I think that would be beyond their wildest dreams, really. But, let's say, for example, they won today and then won against Lancashire or something. It's not impossible, but the main thing for both these sides is, as you say, to ensure survival. I can't see either of them being dragged back into it, but it is mathematically possible.
Well, so Warwickshire have got sort of first-hand experiences. This one, again, around the wicket, is just carved into the offside by Rhodes, and he is going to get another 2. So he's on to 76. Warwickshire survived one year by winning their last 3 matches, so that's what you have to be mindful of. I know Lancashire and Nottinghamshire don't look to be in that sort of form at the moment, but they were suddenly to win their last 2 games. Lancashire, by the way, have lost a wicket this morning, so they are 169 for 5, 176 behind Durham. Nottinghamshire are battling, though, 185 for 2, 179 behind Essex. Can they bat all day and get the draw? This is the question there, I guess. 2 second division matches finished yesterday. A win for Yorkshire over Leicestershire. 3 finished yesterday, I should say. Northants beat Derbyshire and Sussex beat Glamorgan, and that's an incentive as far as I'm concerned. Let's push out the offside because it makes it even more likely that Hove could be on the radar next season in the First Division for these two teams. Of course, you're not guaranteed to go there if you're in the same division because you only play some teams once in a 10-team First Division, but love an away trip to Hove in the Championship next season. They can be in Sussex. That win have greatly strengthened their prospects of winning promotion. So Yorkshire actually, Middlesex, pressures on Middlesex to beat Gloucestershire today, and they got their work cut out as that one is a play down to fine leg. It's turned it round his pads for 4. Rhodes, who now has the top score of the match so far, he's on to 80, and Warwickshire are also ahead, 180 for 3. They lead by 1.
Yeah, he's been obdurate, is the word we used yesterday, Clive, and it absolutely sums him up. I'm chatting to a couple of the Worcestershire players about him yesterday, and they were saying exactly that he's so difficult to dismiss once he gets in, and on a pitch that lacks a bit of pace, despite the fact that it's nipped around a bit. It isn't a quick pitch, and he becomes even more difficult to dismiss. You've got to get it absolutely right, or he's got to make a mistake. Hamza Sheikh works this one away down to long leg off his hip for a single off Matthew Waite's first ball, and the total goes to 181 for 3. So yeah, you've really got to be patient, I think is what Tom Taylor was saying last night. Be patient and just make sure that you keep at it and hope that you get the old, as they say, bang bang, a couple of quick wickets, suddenly everything changes. And as we saw yesterday, a confident attack can make inroads against a batting lineup that lacks confidence. Wait round the wicket to Rhodes, and there we are. That's exactly where he wants to be, and he plays and misses. Even having 80 and faced 167 deliveries, he plays and misses at that one because it just nipped off the pitch, as it has throughout the game. 58 overs old now, but still a bit of sideways movement. The ball is 58 overs old. And Taylor said in his interview last night that, you know, what the idea this morning, get a couple of wickets and put pressure onto the Warwickshire dressing room is what he basically said, and I can understand exactly what he means. That's the way they were yesterday morning. It was Waite bowls. That's a lovely shot from Will Rhodes. No lack of confidence there as he punches that one straight down the ground for 4. And that is a lovely shot. Best shot of the day so far. And he goes to 84. And I must say, Clive, you mentioned that it's the top scorer of the game so far. If he gets 100, if you get 100 on this pitch, then you've played really well. And Will Rhodes, as you said, Clive, yesterday, he doesn't get little hundreds. He tends to get big ones.
Well, he has this season, certainly. 178 not out and a double century, or his 2 centuries.
Be a great way to sign off, wouldn't it, if he is moving. Pushes this next one on the offside. I'll let you carry on for a bit and see if I can get rid of this annoying noise that we've got in our headphones.
Okay. So far they've had a play and miss, but Warwickshire ticking along. Needing, as I said earlier, I think probably the bat all day, not all day, till tea, before they can feel absolutely safe. Depending obviously on how quickly they score and depending on whether the weather intervenes. Weight is in. Oh, that's a bouncer. Was that too high a bouncer? I was thinking about it. No, he's happy. Not a no ball. A bit of a tennis ball bounce, though.
I'm back, Clive. It's okay. I think we've sorted the problem. Yeah, that really did get... Mind you, you've got to bang it in almost by your own toes, haven't you, to get it over the batsman's head on this pitch. We've hardly seen anybody do it. Jack Home bowled one yesterday that was... Well, it wouldn't have been... You couldn't have got it with 3 bats. I don't think it went so far over the batsman's head. That one not quite so high. weight again, bowls. That one's even higher. But it's not called a no ball because Rhodes is a very tall man and it only passed just over his head height, I suppose. Just over his shoulder, maybe. End of the over, 84 to Rhodes, 185 for 3. Just to give listeners and viewers some playing conditions today, 96 overs in the day, so 92 left. Lunch at 12:30 and tea at 3:10.
Yeah, so it's going to be Tom Taylor to continue looking for that spell that would really put this match alight again if you can manage it. Sheikh leaves that one outside off stump and there's no run.
Isn't it odd how different it can be in 24 hours? That yesterday, same bowler, same pitch, same end, similar aged ball, Taylor with the force with him and the batsman disturbed by a little bit of early morning dismay, I suppose, in the dressing room. It was irresistible from Taylor this morning. It all appears to be completely different.
Bowling to Sheikh. He always played a miss at that. Yeah. Sheikh was the first wicket, of course.
Yeah, and it was like that, wasn't it, actually? Yeah, it was. It was very similar.
That's no run. And he turns. Wait, not too many in the stands behind him as he bowls to Sheikh. This time Sheikh gets bat on it and pushes it away. Comes the Sheikh. Maybe an opportunity for him. Rose at one end if he can score well. He certainly looked the part and he's highly rated. Famously, when Michael Vaughan was asked about his son's performance for the England Lions, he generously, it's not Archie Vaughan or Rocky Flintoff you should be talking about, it's Hamza Sheikh.
Nice. Deflect attention away.
Sheikh leaves that one. And it goes to the wicket keeper. Sun shining at the moment. There's a few grey clouds overhead, but they're not too threatening. There's a few in the ground. The pavilion seats from the Graham Hick Pavilion are well occupied. On those days you never quite know. It could end up being a fairly routine day, or it could be an absolute thriller.
Yeah.
As Taylor comes in, Sheikh leaves that. Outside off stump, front foot a long way forward. He's on 3. Sam Hain out fairly close to what turned out to be the close yesterday, and the rain came down. So Warwickshire are effectively 6 for 3 at the moment. So plenty of work for them still to do to make sure they at least don't lose this match. 3 defeats so far and 1 win this season. All their defeats have come away from home. Taylor to Sheikh, who pushes out into the offside. And there's, again, no run. Home, the first 6 matches all drawn till they beat Kent. Mark Robinson made the point, the pitches at Warwickshire, quite difficult to get wins on, although if they'd had full 4-day matches, there would have been some results.
But the problem is Worcestershire might have won, actually.
Yeah,
in the first game.
Those on those pitches, you really need the full 4 days. I remember when Warwickshire won the championship, most of the matches went well into the 4th day that they won at Edgbaston.
Yeah, ideally you'd have 4-day games, and ideally for me, goes, I think without saying that lots of people have views on this, weight round the wicket balls, Rhodes leaves. Ideally for me, you'd play the games, they'd be more spread out across the whole season rather than just bunched at the beginning and the end with a couple in the middle. I think it would be more testing, and fairer for all sides. But it is what it is. Scheduling is a massive issue in the game at the moment. I watched that game last night between Australia and England. The spectators were absolutely freezing cold. You thought, what on earth are we doing playing night cricket mid-September? Waite bowls outside the off stump. Left alone, Roderick takes, and there's no run. 185 for 3. But I think the game itself is at a crisis point in terms of scheduling, both internationally and domestically, and of course the two interact. And I'm glad it's not my problem to try and sort it out. And that, people who prefer their county cricket have their views. People who prefer their international cricket have their views. Wait round the wicket, left alone again by Rhodes. And people who prefer the shorter forms of the game and the franchise cricket have their views, and some of them, and I suppose you have to be quite open about it and say that India and the IPL have an extraordinary influence over such decision making, because that's where the money is. And like I say, I'm glad it's not my problem to try and sort out, because it is genuinely impossible to satisfy everybody. Matthew Waite round the wicket into Rhodes, bowls, and Rhodes is standing up tall, as he has done so many times in this innings, and just pushing this defensively up to mid-on. He's faced 176 deliveries now, Will Rhodes, for his 84. He's totally calm out there, isn't he? I don't know. Yes. I don't know Will Rhodes as a character, but he just, if you judge somebody by the way they bat, he's a pretty calm, well organised, phlegmatic character.
Yeah, I think he is. That sums him up.
He's Waite into him, just pushes out on the offside again. Kashif Ali comes in to field, but the Worcestershire players, as Tom Taylor hinted last night, got to be feeling that it only takes one ball and suddenly a gap can open up that they can push into. Just got to be patient, keep doing the right things. But so far this morning, 26 minutes of play, and absolutely, well, I wouldn't say no encouragement. They've passed the bat 2 or 3 times, but little in the way of encouragement, shall we say, for Worcestershire's. Waite is in. Bowls, and there's a bit. Anyway, just to finish the over, a bit more encouragement, because he didn't let that one go. He played firmly at that one, Rhodes, and it nipped away off the pitch. Good over from Matthew Waite, and didn't quite find the edge, but good stuff from Waite. 12 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 13. That is tidy stuff. And Tom Taylor at the other end, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. Worcestershire's bowlers fairly tidy in this innings yesterday, perhaps with the exception of young Jack Home, who got it a bit wrong yesterday and went for 41 off his 4.
Nottinghamshire lost a couple of wickets in quick succession, so they're now 194 following on, so 170 behind Essex. Lancashire starting this round of matches in the relegation zone, with Nottinghamshire the closest team to them. As this next one is pushed out into the offside by Sheikh for no run. Warwickshire started in 6th place, likely to be overtaken by Durham, even if Warwickshire do get away with a draw here if Durham win. So they will probably drop to 7th, but could open up a bigger gap between Notts and Lancashire. Kent at the bottom are not mathematically down, but they are, I think, generally regarded as down. Worcestershire started in 5th place, 2 points ahead of Warwickshire, 28 points from safety. They're now, to say, with a 12-point deduction, they would have started this round of matches 3 points behind Essex. So a win for them would keep them well in touch with Essex. Even a draw wouldn't leave them too far behind. That's a good ball by Tom Taylor again. A little bit of bounce. And Sheikh staying back. Just pushed at it, misses it. He practices the shot. It's a real examination for Hamza Sheikh. He seems a fairly cool character as well.
He does. Yeah.
But he may need to be out there. I'll do one more ball and then I better go and
yeah, that's no problem.
Report on the sunshine here at New Road. 2 slips in place as Taylor tries to find that edge of Hamster Shake's bat. Right arm over, and well, I think Hamster Shake might. Did he play inside the line? It was a good ball anyway. Bit of bounce, just whistles past the outside edge to the wicket keeper. It remains 185 for 3.
I'm going to have another look at that one, Clive. Let you know what I think, whether he played or not. Yeah, I think he did. Although it was right. You just couldn't quite tell on the replay if he pulled the bat away at the very last second. Clive's off to update listeners to BBC WM. Taylor continues from the Diglis end and bowls. Oh, he played at that one. There's no doubt about that one. He's had a good push at that one outside the off stump, and after it's gone through, he rehearses the shot again, this time not playing at it, and Will Rhodes, the more experienced player, calls him down the pitch for a little chat. He's obviously talking to him about how he goes about it, which is good to see. I'm always a little bit dubious about coaching in the middle and how easy it is for a batter to take advice on board when he's actually in the middle, in the mid-innings, but Rhodes attempting to help Shake a little bit there. This one is fuller and nicely driven by Hamza Shake. Back past the bowler, between the stumps and mid-on, and he picks up a single. Jack Home scampers across from mid-on and tumbles to the floor. Makes a diving save almost behind the bowler. Would have gone for 4 otherwise, maybe 3. Not quite sure it had the legs to get all the way. But as it was, it's a single. Takes Shake on to 4. He's faced 20 deliveries. Rhodes, the senior man, takes over now. 84 to him. 2 slips still there as Taylor comes in to complete this over. And Rhodes is punching this one up to mid-on and D'Oliveira Fields, and there is no run. So the end of the over, 186 for 3. We've had half an hour's cricket this morning, and no alarms for the Warwickshire batters as there were yesterday. They've taken the score on by 15 runs in that time from the overnight position. Batsmen to come. Ed Barnard due in next. Michael Burgess the keeper. Danny Briggs, Michael Ray, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's just walked past us. Coming back from the nets, been having a little hit in the nets this morning. A testimonial year for Ollie Hannon-Dolby at Warwickshire. His weight is over the wicket to Shake, and he is forward and pushing to Taylor at mid-off. Lovely morning here at New Road, and quite a tense situation in terms of the game. If Warwickshire get through this session without losing more than a wicket or 2, then the draw looks very much on the cards. Worcestershire know that they've got to try and make inroads in this first hour or so. Here's Waite again. Bowls, and Shake plays defensively back to the bowler. And there's no addition to the score. This time yesterday it was chaos as Tom Taylor was enjoying the best spell of his career. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 6. 6 for 28 overall, his career best figures. Matthew Waite, who's been miserly this morning, into Shake, bowls, and that's moving away a little bit from the right-hander, but left alone and through to the keeper. Logan van Beek is warming up down in front of the hospitality marquee, which looks to be unpopulated today. It's been very busy for the first 3 days of the game. And we'll probably see him shortly. Taylor might have one more. Here's Waite again. Balls to Shake, bouncer, and Shake just ducks underneath it and allows it over his shoulder through to Gareth Roderick, who's kept very tidily so far in this game. No byes in the first innings, no byes in the second, and picked up 2 catches in the first innings and yet to snaffle one in this second innings. But very tidy. He's played every game for Worcestershire in every competition this season, Gareth Roderick, and in the Red Bull game opened the batting as well as keeping wicket. Remarkable effort. Waite bowls, that one nips back, kept a bit low as well, and hands on heads in the slips, because Roderick taking that dive into his left, that suggested quite a bit of lateral movement. Most of it, however, after it had passed the stumps, so it goes down as a good leave, but the margins are small, and Matthew Waite might feel a little bit unfortunate with that one. He's been very, very tidy. He's coming to the end of his 13th over, and if this is a dot ball, I think it'll be his 8th maiden. Comes in there and bowls, and it is a dot ball as Sheikh punches it uppishly up to mid-off. So the end of the over, 13 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 13. Excellent figures from Waite. 186 for 3, but crucially, no breakthrough.
Yeah, I was thinking if we'd had no rain interruptions, on my rating we'd be in the morning session of the 3rd day now, which would have made it a very, very interesting position.
Yeah, it would. The game would have been completely different, I think. But, you know, looking up and down the country, I can't see any game that hasn't been rain effective, I don't think. And that's what you're going to get if you play Championship cricket at this time of year, I think. Like it or not.
Tom Taylor to continue from the Douglas end. The ball to Rhodes. He will be missed when he leaves Warwickshire. Useful as a sort of 5th bowler, sometimes 4th bowler, and a very useful batter. He's pushed that one out to mid on. It's beaten the fielder at mid on.
Great shot.
And that's raced away for a boundary, and Rhodes is on to 88.
Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful shot from Rhodes. In the slot, just where he is particularly strong. Middle and leg stump maybe. Too full. And perfectly executed. But he's one of those left-handers, right? It's not flamboyant, is it? It's just efficient. Beautiful shot, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't Gower-esque, was it? It's just a more efficient altogether stroke.
Leaves the next one.
Thanks to various people who've sent messages about our sound loss a few minutes ago. Grateful to you. Graham Walwyn, Tom Smith. Yeah, we just got a high-pitched whine in our ears that tells us we've lost our line and have to quickly dial it up again. Hopefully you didn't lose us for too long. Quite primitive, isn't it, the kit, really? I think people they don't realise today.
Well, I want to get too technical about it. The sort of lines we're using are going to disappear by next year, I believe. So we're having to come up with new ways. This one is played back to the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, and the other thing I always find fascinating is that, and you might have seen if you well, certainly people that look at my Twitter might have seen occasional pictures of the equipment that we use, but it's quite astonishing, isn't it, Clive, as you go around the country at football and cricket and any other outside broadcast, that even the number one commentary on 5 Live on a Saturday afternoon or whatever, they're using exactly the same kit as we use. It's kind of universal.
Right arm over. Comes Taylor. Oh, he's hurried Rose up there trying to play it onto the leg side, and that's hit him. He's worn that one, so to speak. What I love here is you've still got these old ones. Obviously, it won't be connected to anything now.
Yeah, look at
the BBC Radio Kubi point. It's
down
called.
Down there. Yeah.
Yes, that's right there.
Kubi commentators outside broadcast equipment. I think Kubi, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. Commentator operated outside broadcast equipment. It stands for. Some of
the Clive's describing a couple of boxes, I suppose we'd call them, that are in this old commentary position that we have here at New Road, and they must have been there for 50, 60 years, I would think.
This next one is pushed back. There's no run.
And there's all sorts of slots that nothing ever gets connected into. 16, 20 of them in one box over to my left here.
I can't even remember. I must have plugged into that years gone by, and I can't remember what sort of equipment.
No.
I can't even remember what the old bits of equipment looked like now.
No, but the boxes that we use that Clive and I are commentating on today are, if you go to a Premier League ground on a Saturday, you'll probably see 10 of them all lined up across the front row of the press box, different people transmitting on them.
That's pushed out to points by Rhodes. Another over seen off by Warwickshire, so they will feel as long if they're still batting at tee, they'll be pretty safe. 190 for 3. They now lead by 11. Don't think there's time for Warwickshire realistically to set up any sort of run chase by declaring. The only way that can happen, I think, is if they are bowled out. I mentioned the second division with Yorkshire having won already, and Sussex having won already, that Middlesex were under pressure, but they are so far doing okay. They have Gloucestershire at 25 for 2. Gloucestershire are chasing only 234 to win. So interesting game there, but Middlesex have got a couple of wickets. They really need to win that, Middlesex, to retain their hopes of going up from the second division.
Here's Matthew Waite from the New Road end, and this one takes Hamza Sheikh on the pad and drops out on the offside. I've just put a picture on Twitter in case anybody is interested. They might not be, but you never know. In the equipment that we use, I've just put a picture on Twitter, so if you were listening to that and thinking, what are they rambling on about, you can have a look at Frank Watson 58 on X, Twitter, and you'll see a picture of quite primitive equipment that we use. But hopefully it's working, and we're coming through loud and clear as Waite bowls and shake edges, and this bounces just in front of Brooks at second slip. Dive into his right, picks it up nicely, but possibly the most encouraging moment of the day so far, because he actually found the edge, but on this occasion not the bounce to get the carry through to Ethan Brooks. But yeah, it's been a good spell this from Waite, it really has. He's been very, very economical this morning. Once Rhodes has driven him down the ground, other than that I don't think he's bowled a bad ball. He comes in and bowls, and he's right on it again as Sheikh gets a run this time just off the edge. Well, unfair to call it off the edge, steered off a thickish outside half of the bat, shall we say, down to third man.
Just looking at the second division table, Sussex have moved on to 200 points of their win. They're 21 points out of Yorkshire at the top. Now Middlesex, if they beat Gloucestershire, will be in second place by my calculations, 1 point ahead of Yorkshire. But if they lose that match, and a draw looks the least likely unless the weather intervenes, if they lose, there'll be 21 points. No, they won't. There'll be, I'll come back to that in a minute, 15 points behind.
Waite short down the leg side, and Rhodes helps himself, just swinging this down to long leg. Didn't really get a lot of it, but he picked up a single, as Jack Home does the fielding.
Sorry, Frank. So if Middlesex, say they win, there'll be 1 point ahead of Yorkshire, and then there'll be a gap of 27 points to the next team, Leicestershire. So it does look like it's between those three, Sussex, Yorkshire, and Middlesex, with 2 games to go.
Yep. Matthew Waite to continue. Quite a few people responding to that picture, which is nice. Nice to know a few people are listening. Matthew Waite bowls again. Bouncer ducked underneath by Hamza Sheikh. Nicely played actually by Hamza Sheikh. I like it when a young player can negotiate the short ball without much fuss, and he just sort of leant inside it, didn't he? It was very short, to be fair. It's not a quick pitch, but even so. Glyn Barrington says it's state of the art. Yeah, absolutely, Glyn.
It was once.
John Hope says I'm listening, and that's an interesting Kubi. Well, it's pretty much a basic Kubi. This is what everybody uses. I've over the years been quite amazed that it hasn't been improved, perhaps. As Sheikh drops this one down on the leg side, and there's no run. But in fact, if it works, I suppose no reason to improve it. And as Clive says, the sort of lines that we use are disappearing, and I think it's either it's all going digital, and we've either got to get new stuff, or these things can be adapted, can't they? But it's quite expensive, I think, to do that. But you have a little dongle in the back, basically.
Yeah, I've got one. Well, no, they're getting technical. Our engineers have actually adapted ours so you can flick a switch, which makes it work over digital.
Okay. Anyway, if you want to have a look and you missed it, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and you'll see the picture.
Just to say, Lancashire have lost 2 more wickets. They're 195 for 7, 150 behind. I don't know. I mean, if Warwickshire hear that Lancashire have lost, that would give them a little bit more freedom, because it would mean even if they lost the game, they'd still be 28 points clear of Lancashire with 2 games to go. And maybe it would give them a bit of license to gamble a bit more if they hear that.
Yeah.
At the moment, they have to be mindful just in case Lancashire get a draw, which is looking increasingly unlikely. And Somerset are batting on. They're 206 for 9 now. They lead solely by 202. You can follow all that's going on in all the games on the BBC County Cricket page. Chris, Ben, Alex and Michael are in charge today, keeping you across all that's going on. Jed is writing some stuff from this match, so you can get his thoughts during the course of the day. So Logan Van Beek comes in to bowl, and that's left. There's no run. He's shown a willingness to buy his wickets, Van Beek, in this match. Be interested to see how he approaches this.
Good pace. Bit quicker than Waite, perhaps no quicker than Taylor. Maybe a little bit, not sure, but skiddy sort of bowler, Van Beek. No great height. Got bowled too short yesterday, didn't he, basically, and in the first innings anyway, I think, generally, and got put away, but he did pick up a couple of wickets, including the last one.
Yeah, Alex Davis hit him for 3 sixes in the first innings. Davis, who's become Warwickshire's top 6 hitter now in this competition. He's no longer the first division's top run scorer. David Bellingham has overtaken him, scoring all those runs for Durham. That's pushed out to mid-off. There's no run, but he was the first to 1,000 in the first division. You can't take that away from him.
Mark Burns says, I wondered what happened to all the spare Enigma machines from World War II. You might be right, Mark. That might be where they came from.
Not far off it, that's for sure. Ollie Hand-Dolby, by the way, remains the top wicket taker in the competition. He's only one ahead of Jamie Porter, though, who will be aiming for more wickets today.
Good bowler, Jamie Porter. Really good bowler.
Should he have got the nod out of Josh?
Well, I think he would. A bowler like the equivalent bowler 15 years ago would definitely have played in home test matches, I think.
Well, in comes Taylor, and that's turned to square leg. Is that Richard Jones?
Yes, he's on
racing in to feel that. Very keen.
Not sure who's gone off. I'll check in a minute. Yeah, Jamie Porter, when I was down at Chelmsford last week and I was having breakfast one morning in the hotel, and I think the waitress saw my pass or something hanging around my neck, and she said, "Oh, are you going to the cricket?" And I said, "Yes." She said, "Are you playing against Essex?" And I said, "It's Worcestershire against Essex." And she said, "Is Jamie Porter playing?" And I said, "Unfortunately, I think he is." And he then got 4 wickets that morning as Worcestershire were in trouble on the first morning.
That one bounced a bit. Hamza Sheikh in the end decides not to play as you sees it going down the leg side. He thought about it. And
it turned out she was a family friend.
Matthew Potts is causing mayhem.
Yeah. He's another one in the same mould, isn't he? Really?
Well, he's 7 for 51 now. He's taken... I don't think he quite got a hat-trick. I think he got 3 and 4 balls looking at this.
He's having a Tom Taylor moment.
Yeah, so Lancashire 195 for 8. The end appears to be nigh for Lancashire, who will only take 1 point from that match if they lose it. That's paid tobacco point. There's no run. It just goes to show, doesn't happen. Warwickshire, it doesn't matter how big a county you are and what reputation you have. 10-team league to be sucked into the bottom 2. It's not hard.
Momentum and mood are so important, aren't they? Lancashire at the moment, a team that appears from a distance to be completely devoid of any confidence, despite all the excellent players that they've got.
Tom Taylor, Sheikh plays that to mid-on. There's no run. He's not scoring runs, Hamza Sheikh, but he is surviving. 34 balls he's seen now. He's on 5. And Warwickshire, no loss this morning. They'll be pleased if they can get through this first hour. They lost 7 wickets in just over an hour yesterday. So they can get through this first hour without losing any. Then they'll be pretty happy. In fact, effectively lost 7 in an hour, because when you take the 10 minutes for the innings break off, it was 7 in an hour. 193 for 3, they lead by 14.
It appears, I would say, to have got a bit easier to bat in the last 24 hours. It appears to be a little bit slower. The ball is a bit softer. 65 overs old now. There's still the odd one going past the bat, but these two, few alarms really this morning, a few playing misses, but no more than that. They haven't bowled badly. In fact, they've bowled very well today, I would say. None better than this man, Matthew Waite, who perhaps over pitches this time, but Rhodes misses out as he drives straight to shake. Had extra cover, but they've bowled very, very tidily this morning. I don't think you can point the finger at Worcestershire and say, well, you've not got it right this morning, you've lacked penetration, because they've actually got 90% of the balls in the right place, I would say, this morning, which is why the runs haven't been flowing, and only 22 have been added in 50 minutes, but it's been a bit of a stalemate, I think, fair to say. And here comes Matthew Waite round the wicket. Bowls, and that's nicely clipped by Rhodes off his pads, put straight to D'Oliveira at short mid wicket. And there's no run. Bright sunshine again. Bit of pretty threatening cloud to the southwest, I have to say. Just looking for a flag somewhere that might indicate the direction of the wind, which is a lot lighter than it was yesterday, but that looks a bit grey, and there was a possibility of rain in one forecast I looked at around about midday, so we'll keep an eye on that as Waite moves in and bowls, and Rhodes drives straight down the ground, and he'll get 4, probably as good a shot as anybody's played off Waite. There's a groan from Waite because he got his fingers on that. And they do these days often deliberately try and deflect the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, and I've just got the impression that Hamza Sheikh might have been struggling if that had gone into the stumps. It didn't anyway. It's 4 runs for Rhodes, a very good shot, and it takes him on to 94. So he is within touching distance now of the first 100 of the game, and he has played with exceptional application in this innings. Slight change in the field. Adam Hose comes out from second slip and goes into this funky, very straight mid-on that Worcestershire have been adopting in the last couple of games. Just off the cut strip, about 4 or 5 yards down from the non-striker's end on the leg side, but this one from Waite is outside the off stump and left alone by the tall left-hander.
Asked him yesterday about whether it had been difficult having handed over the captaincy. He said first game against Worcester he found himself fielding on the boundaries. I haven't done that for years.
Yeah, quite enjoyed it, I should think, as well. Yeah, just a chance to chill out a bit. Yeah, absolutely. I can remember talking to Darryl Mitchell about that. It's very strange to go out there and not be directing operations. Waite bowls, short, cut. That'll be his 100. No, it won't. It'll be 98. And it shouldn't have been, but it was hit hard, and Kashif Ali had extra cover. It was straight at him, but it wasn't along the ground. It kicked up in front of him, and he just took his eye off it, and I think it just hit his knee and then bobbled away down to the boundary in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion. That's the shortest boundary on the ground. And Will Rhodes goes to 98. But let you talk him through it, Clive.
200 up as well, 201 for 3. Not ideal from Worcestershire to give him those 4 runs with that misfield. Because it's a bouncer there from a bowler Waite, which is ignored by Rhodes. That's the end of the over. 201 for 3.
That was the ball, the final delivery of a bowler who's not happy that a 4 has been conceded when a ball was hit straight to a fielder, I think.
Yeah.
But there you go. End of the over. Bowled well, Matthew Waite. I think he's probably just come to the end of his spell now. 15 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 23, and 8 of those were in that over. So that tells you how well he has bowled. But just That's so often the case, isn't it? You watch a bowler and the last over of a spell goes for more than the previous 5, and you just think, were they given 1 over too many, or is it just hindsight? But I just wonder whether Matthew Waite might have come off 1 over earlier. Anyway.
Taylor bowls to Shake, who's just flicked that in the air, but safely down to fine leg for a single. That will bring Will Rhodes back to the strike. Quite a slow progress from Warwickshire. The 200 has come up from 398 balls, which means the second 100 has taken 236 balls. The first took 162, so they've been pretty cautious. The fourth 50 took 132 balls, so yeah, that's I think the slowest 50 as well so far. But it is survival. That's the single most important thing for Warwickshire. And Will Rose on 98. As Van Beek comes in to bowl to him, Rose leaves his bat underneath that as it bounces past his stomach to the wicket keeper. He'll be in no desperate hurry, Rose, but he will want this century. Be his 3rd of the season. And he said he's keen not to finish at Warwickshire, sort of dribble away with some low scores. He wants to finish on a high. Next one from Van Beek, pushed out the offside as an run. He says he was been calling for these woolly jumpers for years. And they finally, this is the first time I think they've worn these cable knit woolly jumpers. Yeah, I thought I was going mad, but I'm sure they don't wear these normally. I don't know whether, I don't think they wore them against Kent. I didn't actually do that match. I think it's the first time they've worn them. So he says he's going to keep his and stick it under his jumper at Durham when it's very cold.
Ah, yeah. A traditionalist. They are nice.
They are nice. The numbers is an issue. So Rose leads back, and there it is. Will Rose carves that through the covers. It's going to go all the way for 4, and Will Rose gets his 3rd century of the season. That's his 11th century for Warwickshire in his 7 years at the county, and that includes 3 double centuries. He raises his bat, takes his helmet off, and Will Rhodes continues his excellent innings and continues his excellent form. It follows a double century against Kent in the last match, and it has come in 201 balls. 198 balls and 14 fours. I make it.
Yep. That's 15 fours, I think.
50, of course,
with
that
4.
One, yes, I beg your pardon. He pushes the next one back to the bowler, and there's no run.
But its value is far more than numerical, isn't it, Clive? This 100. It's the time that he's batted and the patience that he showed and the application and the fact that he's just been the glue that's held it all together, really. Because if they'd lost 5 or 6 before achieving parity, then it could have been very different.
And Rose plays that back to the bowlers, no run. It is Warwickshire's 14th century of the season. Will Rose is now second to Alex Davis. He's got 3, Alex Davis 4. Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess have got a couple each. Rob Yates and Sam Hain 1 each. 206 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a change in the bowling. Ethan Brooks is going to have a go at the New Road end. I said I thought Matthew Waite had bowled exceptionally well, maybe 1 over too many, but Brooks, who's been very tidy so far in the game, in the innings, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 24, and he did dismiss Will Rhodes in the first innings, but it's been hard work for the Worcestershire bowlers this morning. I don't think they've bowled at all badly. Just found that conditions have eased a little bit, and the batsmen have applied themselves exceptionally well. I'm a bit worried about that cloud now away to the southwest. Looks a bit grim as Brooks prepares to bowl in glorious sunshine, it must be said. He moves away from us and bowls to Hamza Sheikh, who's on the walk, and plays and misses outside the off stump at that one. And there is no run this time. So the 2 bowlers used this morning to open the bowling, Taylor and Waite, both very tidy but lacking well, not penetration, lacking a breakthrough really. They didn't do too much wrong. Beat the bat a few times. This one is worked away on the onside by Sheikh. Nicely fielded at mid-wicket by Van Beek. And Waite finishes with figures, as I say, of 15 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 23. And Taylor, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. But good batting so far from this pair, who will no doubt have sat in the dressing room this morning thinking this is exactly what we've got to do. Get out there and get stuck in. Be hard to dismiss. Brooks outside the off stump, left alone by Sheikh and taken by wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, it's been tough for Sheikh. He's played and missed at quite a few, but he's still there crucially.
Yeah, and this is a great experience for Hamza Sheikh because it's all very well batting in age group cricket and second team cricket, but you've got to get out there against the good bowlers in Division 1 on difficult surfaces to really mature. That's a bit short from Brooks, and that's a beautiful shot from Hamza Sheikh. Short and wide, punched away through the covers, past the diving Kashif Elliott. Extra nice shot, played with a high left elbow, straight bat. It wasn't a cut, it was a back foot drive, and it was executed beautifully. And that's a shot like that is the mark of a really good quality player, potentially anyway. He's very young, but great talent. Takes him into double figures, and he's been really patient. 39 balls faced. Brooks bowls, and he's beautifully forward to that one and pushing out on the offside. But just going back to Hamza Sheikh and with young players in general, it's interesting to see Archie Vaughan doing so well for Somerset at the moment, and Ethan Brooks, who's developing his career here. The only way that these guys will improve is not filling their boots in their own age group cricket or whatever in the second 11 or in the league cricket. They've got to get out there against the good bowlers, bowl against the good batsmen on perhaps pitches that test technique if they're going to really improve, and that's where Hamza Sheikh is now as Brooks bowls. And that's another lovely shot from Sheikh. He'll only get 2 this time, but it bounced quite steeply and he rode the bounce and got right on top of it and steered it very firmly square on the offside for a couple. So good stuff from young Hamza Sheikh. He goes to 12. Will Rhodes is 102, and Warwickshire going along very nicely this morning are 212 for 3. They've added 41 this morning, 41 this morning, and they've done it without too many alarms.
Yep, seen off the first hour, and that's exactly what they will have talked about, I'm sure. And I'll hope this will get progressively easier. New ball available in 12 overs. And Warwickshire took the second new ball. They did get a wicket early with it, but I don't think it had much to do with the ball. They didn't really get much out of the second new ball. But, Tom Taylor, Van Beek, I should say, to bowl. Did he actually release the ball
that
there?
Quite often. Sometimes he just lands and something isn't right, and he keeps hold of the ball and runs through. He's done it twice in this game and a few times in the last game too. Not quite sure what it is.
It's quite dark out there.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the weather now. I'm just looking for
clouds overhead.
Light rain showers is the forecast.
Can it wait till lunch? Or he's close enough to lunch for us to take an early lunch. That's left by Rose. A little bit of bounce. Van Beek did release the ball that time.
Yeah, I think you might be in early lunch territory, mightn't we? Well, it's not. To be fair, it's not. I wouldn't say it's imminent, but it's gloomy now, and there's not a lot of blue sky, and the sun's gone. So yeah, it's we're into bad light territory. We're not far away.
In comes Van Beek, and Rose leans into that and plays it very nicely on the leg side. And there's a chase on, and the ball wins. It goes over the rope for another 4 for Rose, on to 106, 216 for 3. Times are back to normal, being the final day of a match. You're not allowed to add extra time on the final day, which I think is I wonder whether that needs looking at, because it's a hangover from the days when you might finish on the last day, you might have to race to the far end of the country to play your next game. Well, that doesn't really happen anymore on the final day of championship matches, so
No, you're right.
there's no particular logical reason why they shouldn't be allowed to add an extra half hour. But they can't. That's played back to the bowler. There's no run. So lunch will be at 12:30. I think I'm right in saying that tea is an immovable feast on the final day.
An immovable meal. I don't know about feasts. 10 past 3.
Yeah. And then, of course, the final session, which would include a final hour where you have to bowl a minimum of 16 overs. If we get that far, there could be handshakes all around before then.
There could easily be, couldn't there? It's not an immovable feast in the press box, Clive, anyway, that's for sure.
We did get some cake brought up for us.
Yeah, we did.
No ladies' pavilion today, by the way, being the final day of the match. That's left. There's no run. I mean, the pavilion's still there, but there's no tea and cakes.
Yeah, they've taken it away. Put it away for the winter.
They don't come on the final day of matches. There's just a handful of people sitting on
It's a good view
brown
from there,
park
actually.
benches. Yeah, and the benches are quite nice, aren't they? Sort of brown park benches. Most of them have got a name of somebody in memoriam on them.
Yeah, one of the master bakers from the past.
This next one is he leans into that one, Rose, and that's timed beautifully. It's another 4.
Beautiful.
And Will Rose is enjoying himself out there now. He's on to 110. He actually, we talked about Alex Davis making 1,000 runs.
Yeah.
Will Rose, I think he started on 833. I'm just checking me notes. So it's not beyond the bounds of possibility he could get there as well at some point. There's 2 games still to go after this one.
SW has been in touch. He says, light drizzle currently on Bransford Road. Well, that's not far away, as you know, Clive. I think you know your Worcester, Bransford Road. Not far away at all. That's a bit of a worry.
Yeah,
It's gone.
Don't
It is
know.
dark.
The next one is pushed out to mid-off, and there is no run. I'm not one of the people who get the radar say, oh, look, it's raining here. I don't want to know. Just when it comes, it comes.
Yeah, maybe.
But so he's got 123 runs in this match now, Will Rose. He needed 167 to get to 1,000, so he could do it today.
He could. 167 in this innings?
No, in the match.
Another 100. Oh.
So he needed 167 at the start of the match, and he's currently got 123.
Oh, he could easily do it. Yeah, easily. In fact, I think I'd say he's odds on to do it, really. He's such a phlegmatic character, isn't he? He really is. Must be great to bat with. For Hamza Sheikh, and this must be ideal. Rob Jones, 12th man, is in at short mid-wicket, as Ethan Brooks comes in real gloom and bowls a good one to Hamza Sheikh, which leaves him off the pitch, and he feels for it outside the off stump. I think this is as dark as it was the other day when they went off, you know, Clive.
Yeah, it may be that the umpires are banking because there is some blue sky overhead, so maybe they're hoping this cloud will go over fairly quickly.
And Ethan Brooks in no great pace.
Well, that's a story I tell about Will Rose about apologies to Warwickshire supporters who've heard it often enough. I'll tell it again.
Here comes Brooks again to Sheikh, and he's forward. Pushes out on the offside, no run.
I remember interviewing Will Rose about it. He was a little bit put out when on a fairly gloomy day at Edgbaston, the umpires were getting twitchy, and Jeeta Patel, the captain, said, don't worry, umps, I'll bowl from one end and Will Rose will bowl from the other, so we'll be all right.
Yeah.
He wasn't too happy about that.
Well, he is a fairly gentle meeting, as is Ethan Brooks, to be fair. Similar sort of pace, I would say. And Sheikh drives this one from Brooks up to mid-off where Taylor fields.
Alistair Cook out, I think, at least 5 times, Will Rose, for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I'm not saying he isn't a good bowler. Not saying he isn't a good bowler, just saying he is not express pace. Yeah, but yeah, Cook's his bunny, isn't he? I've heard that somewhere. Brooks again. In and bowls, and Hamza Sheikh is forward, and combination of bat and pad, I think it just dribbles to slip.
I might have to check one year, but I do think maybe the first time he'll have reached 1,000 runs for Warwickshire in a season if he does it. Or did he do it?
Well, if he doesn't do it today, he'll surely do it next week, won't he?
Yeah, you would think.
Brooks, 220 for 3 as he moves in and bowls, and Sheikh is pushing this firmly up to Amar Verdi at mid-on.
Bear with me, I'm just going to check the 2018 stats. If he didn't do it that year, then he's never done it for Warwickshire.
He's got 100 here before, I think, in the last couple of years, hasn't he? I think he was particularly severe on Josh Baker one year. 2 years ago, I think. Brooks outside the off stump, left alone by Hamza Sheikh and taken by Gareth Roderick. Low down, not much bounce at all. It's gloomy. The clouds are filling in from the west. 220 for 3.
Second division season, he scored 972. Now, he might have got to 1,000 first class runs. I don't know whether they played a universities match or something, but certainly he didn't do it. He's never done it in the championship for Warwickshire. In his 7 years, of course, 1 year. They didn't really play a championship. It was the COVID year. They played the Bob Willis Trophy. But he couldn't really score 1,000 runs that year. Amir Verdi is coming to the attack, the spinner. I think I'm right to say I haven't seen a wicket spin in this match.
No.
So he'll be bowling to Will Rose. Warwickshire might see that as a victory of sorts, the fact that they've seen off the seamers, and I suppose the new ball only 10 overs away as well. Nottinghamshire have lost 2 quick wickets. They were resisting a bit, but they're 217 for 6 now against Essex, 147 behind. Lancashire haven't suffered any further losses, they were 8 down, but they're still very much up against it. That one seems to keep low. It's played on the leg side. Richard Jones, who's a very keen substitute fielder, I must say. Race you around to field that ball.
He is. He's like that all the time.
And Somerset have been bowled out for 224. Surrey will need 221 to win at Taunton. That's going to be an exciting match. That's going well down the leg side. A 1 day wide. That's well taken by keeper Roderick.
Yeah, Jack Haynes out for 8. Lyndon James for 0 since I last looked. So Notts, they're in trouble, aren't they? Trailing by 147. They're going to lose by an innings, I think. It looks like.
Right. So you would think, as that's played, there's no run, it will still be between Lancashire and Notts for the second relegation place, assuming that Kent take the first. Notts started 10 points clear of Lancashire. They will actually gain 1 point on them if they both lose. Amir Verdi bowls, and that's played to the onside. There's no run, so they'll be 11 points clear. Their last game, of course, is at home to Warwickshire, so that could be might be a dead rubber for Warwickshire, but it could be massive for Nottinghamshire.
It could.
Verdi round the wicket to bowl, and it's pushed forward by Rose back to the bowler.
And Lancashire are here, of course, last game.
Are they? So a lot of attention to those 2 matches. They're not for our county reasons.
We might be descended upon by important journalists.
We might see Kevin Howells at one of them.
Yeah, or both. Yeah. Sometimes nips across from one to the other.
Amir Verdi bowls. Could depend, of course, on whether the title's decided by then. That's clipped away into the offside. It's fielded, well fielded, no run. So tidy enough first over for Verdi.
It's a bit lighter now, I'm pleased to say. So no imminent suggestion that we'll be off the field. 220 for 3 as it's been for some time. Worcestershire not having made a breakthrough this morning in an hour and 12 minutes of cricket. I always think it's interesting that you look at social media and you see what you pick up the mood, don't you, Clive, from various teams, and I've certainly been a lot of criticism of Notts this season. Brooks bowls and played on the onside by Hamza Sheikh.
Well, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say they were. I mean, literally, they were quite embarrassing when they played the Bears at Trent Bridge in the T20 Blast, and we heard both at the end of their innings and the end of the match them being roundly booed by the crowd, which you don't normally get in cricket.
You don't, and I'm not a fan of that particularly. No. I think Brooks is in again and bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Sheikh. But certain Worcestershire supporters are pleased that Notts aren't doing very well because they feel that they, recruit players rather aggressively, it could be said, from other teams, and don't promote their own, and that's one way of thinking. I'm not saying it's right I don't want to get involved in that argument at all. As Brooks bowls and Sheikh drives into the offside, there's no run, and I don't personally take pleasure in other teams struggling. But somebody did say to me that, if you start saying, if you take that view, as some people do, they say, well, the powers that be in cricket actually would quite like to see the demise of 2 or 3 of the smaller counties. Brooks in bright sunshine, I'm pleased to say, and Sheikh defends. If you take that view, and again, I'm not sure that's fair, because the money from the ECB supports all counties, but it doesn't do that argument any good to see Essex and Worcestershire doing pretty well in Division 1, does it?
I mean,
if Notts and Lancashire are struggling.
When you say powers to be, I don't think those involved, I mean, the 18 counties certainly, I don't think, even the bigger counties don't take that view, I don't think.
No, Brooks again, pushed away on the onside, run.
In fact, when the discussion about the 100 and how the matches were going to be scheduled was had, we were given a presentation with the Warwickshire chief executive and said there were only 2 things that both sides were absolutely adamant on.
Yeah.
One was the 100 would happen. The second was there would be 18 counties. So the counties were not prepared to even discuss reducing the number of counties.
That's music to the ears of most people that follow the county game, I think. Not everybody. As Brooks bowls and Sheikh cuts, but he won't get a run this time as it's fielded by Kashif Ali at cover point. So another maiden, 220 for 3, the score remains. But as I say, if you see Notts and you see Lancashire clubs with bigger budgets and bigger staffs doing really badly, and other teams with less money and much fewer resources doing better, you can understand that some supporters of those other counties get a bit frustrated, and you can understand that supporters of the smaller counties feel quite proud of the efforts of their teams, really. But I mean, I don't ever buy the fact that however bad Notts were in the T20 against Warwickshire, however bad Lancashire were in the T20 quarter-final that I watched the other night, I don't buy that players aren't trying. I just think there are so many factors involved in motivation. They're not consciously not trying, but they might not be motivated as much as they would be in different circumstances.
Amir Verdi is to bowl round the wicket, and that's pushed to mid-on, and there's no run. 220 for 3. And the lead now is 41. Verdi in to bowl. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge.
Turned a bit.
Will Rose playing a forward defensive at that.
I mean, you don't have to look back very far, 2 years, to see Worcestershire in a white ball campaign in the T20 that was awful, really, just awful. I don't think anybody wasn't particularly trying. It just didn't come together at all.
And we have Verdi to bowl. Let's push that on the offside. There's no. It is one of the great sort of consistencies of cricket, is that Middlesex will always be rubbish at T20 cricket, it seems. Why? I can't get my head around, but they just seem to be consistently rubbish at it. Very peculiar. Anyway, Amir Verdi round the wicket to bowl, and that's play back to the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, you just wonder that Notts game, whether not the players weren't trying, but whether their minds were that something didn't look right in terms of.
I know exactly what you mean.
Amir Verdi bowls, gives that a bit of air. It's played to mid-on, and there's no run.
But I think any professional dressing room in any sport, there are so many things that can disturb the equilibrium, which then translates into performance on the field. And when you get it right, you don't quite know what it is that you've got right. When you get it wrong, you don't always know what it is that you've got wrong.
He plays that with the offside as an error. It's the old cliche in football, isn't it? Always lost the dressing room when a manager's having problems. 220 for 3.
Another maiden.
So the runs aren't really coming, but Warwickshire, yes, one turn pass about there, but it's looking reasonably comfortable. They'll feel they're well on their way to securing the 8 points to go with their 3 bonus points that would pretty much, well, not quite ensure, but certainly make it very likely that we'll be seeing First Division cricket here again next season.
4 maidens on the trot then from Verdi and Brooks. Beautiful again now at Worcester, I'm pleased to say. The sun is shining and it's glorious again as Brooks bowls, and Hamza Sheikh is on the back foot playing that attractive shot again out into the offside. This time no runs as it goes straight to Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, who stands with his hands on his hips at short extra cover, pondering the situation, thinking, what can I do? Is there anything I can change to make the breakthrough here? Just keep plugging away. Brooks in again, bowls, and Sheikh cuts and cuts in the air. Down to third man for 4, so the stranglehold is broken. First runs for 5 overs, but not convincing this time from Sheikh. Bit too close to him maybe. Bit of bounce and sliced it in the air between slip and backward point. Down to the third man boundary for 4. 224 for 3. Just need that to be a smaller nick, D'Oliveira will be thinking. Just go to slip, or perhaps get a bit more on it and steer it into the hands of backward point, but it were neither. It went to the boundary. Brooks again bowls, this time left alone by Sheikh outside the off stump. So no wickets this morning for Worcestershire. Stark contrast to what we saw yesterday, and it remains 224 for 3. Will Rhodes has gone through to a second century in successive matches. Got a double 100 against Kent in the last round, 110 this time. I dare say this one's been a bit more testing than that one was. I didn't see that one, but on this pitch he's done very, very well. The only 100 of the game so far, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Hamza Sheikh.
I didn't see the Kent one either, but what he said is the match situation was very different. He wasn't under any real pressure against Kent, whereas the match situation put Warwickshire under real big pressure when he came out to the crease.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at really, and that came in a comfortable win in which Warwickshire were much superior. Brooks bowls slightly over pitch this time, clipped up to mid on by Sheikh, and Verdi moves to his right to do the fielding.
Of the bottom three teams, Kent actually are the team that got them, and they all look likely to lose, but Kent have got probably the best chance of not losing. They're 124 for 4 against Hampshire. They're still 72 runs behind following on.
Yeah, but that's another example of a team where they just haven't got it right all year. They don't seem to have had the right balance, and I don't know, you just can't put your finger on it. I'm sure Matthew Walker, the coach, has been trying all year to do so. This one nips back a little bit, keeps a bit low, but well played by Sheikh and tucked away on the onside. There's no run, but he's one who's lost his job, like Matt Sadler at Northamptonshire. Somebody said to me the other day, it's becoming much more like football, isn't it, where a team's performance is enough. There was a time, wasn't there, end of the over, by the way, 224 for 3. There was a time where cricket coaches at clubs would sort of just, they did it for years and years and years, and nobody ever questioned them. But now you only need a few bad results and they start calling for the coach's head.
Well, they were a lot less hands-on, weren't they? When Basil D'Oliveira was coach here, I think his policy was very much players came to him.
Yeah,
as that one's played, but it wasn't him sort of talking in the changing room before a match or after a match or anything like that. I remember Phil Neal, when he was coach at Warwickshire, he was saying that the role of coaching had changed.
Yeah, the director of cricket role has come in as well, hasn't it?
They are much more like football managers now. And Verdi round the wicket to bowl. That's played back to him. There's no run. I don't know whether that's a good thing, really, particularly setting the idea of sacking the coach when you have a tough season. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I suppose that's modern sport. And Verdi round the wicket to bowl. That's quicker ball. It's left. Taken by the wicket keeper. There's no run.
It combines. It's all about pace again, isn't it? That's a bit of a loose thing to say. I'll explain a bit more as I get a chance in the next few overs.
He used to be the captain. The captain was kind of the manager.
Yeah, absolutely.
This one is floated up and it's played onto the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, exactly that. And the captain had complete charge, really, of what went on the field.
And got the sack if things went wrong.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Slip in place. And then Verdi round the wicket. Bowles, it's pushed out to the offside for no run.
But you could look at pace, can't you? England like pace. They like pace bowlers. People like shorter forms of cricket because it's over quicker. Some people do. Not the people that are watching us and listening to us, I hasten to add, probably.
Amir Verdi gives that on a bit of air, and it's just driven out, well stopped in the covers. Denies Will Rhodes runs and makes that another tight over from Amir Verdi. It's fourth maiden. All his overs this morning being maidens. 224 for 3.
Yeah, good stop by Jake Libby. But going back to that idea, I mean, it's to say, and in football now they say that, you know, well, we'll see how he gets on at the start, but if they're not in the top 10 by October, you know, and it's pace, everything's got to happen more quickly than it did before. And we're all as bad. I mean, you know, you get a new phone and you want it to be quicker than your last one was, and you get your internet banged up to full fibre, and you want everything more quickly. You don't want to wait for things to load, as Brooks bowls. Speaking of pace, he hasn't got much outside the off stump. Roderick up to the stumps, takes the ball after Sheikh plays and misses. Good from Brooks. I'm not having a go at him. He's been very tidy indeed. I mean, really tidy. 16.1 overs, 1 for 34, 7 maidens. But he isn't quick. I mean, he was saying himself a couple of nights ago in our interview that one of the things he wanted to try and do over the winter was put on a yard or two of pace. Not easy. He's in and he bowls, and Sheikh pushes back up the pitch to him. I mean, to some extent, you've either got it or you haven't. I'm sure there are certain muscle groups that you can develop to give you the best chance of increasing pace, but so much of it is about rhythm, and we can't define that either. Many people have tried.
I think Chris Woakes managed to increase his pace.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it can be done. I think Brooks is in and bowls, and this is beautifully driven by Sheikh. That's a glorious shot. It isn't going to go quite all the way. In fact, he's only going to get 2 runs because Tom Taylor is quickly after it, and the outfield's not particularly quick given all the rain that's been on it. But that was a lovely shot. Straight drive, executed perfectly, and Hamza Sheikh at his best. When he plays shots like that, and that one he played off the back foot through the covers before, you can understand exactly why people are getting excited about this young man, because that was glorious. Just a pleasure to watch. And he moves on to 18. Brooks bowls a Yorker, and he just jams the bat down on it, squeezes it out on the onside. 18 off 63 deliveries now. He's not at all been worried this morning by the odd play and miss. And this is what I was talking about before, about the benefit of playing at this level with a player like Rhodes on a pitch like this, applying himself really well. He will have grown in this game as a cricketer. Defends this one off the back foot. He made 91 here for the Lions against Sri Lanka 3 weeks ago, and I watched that innings, and I thought it was very, very good. First class debut. It wasn't a full test attack, but there were 2 or 3 of the Sri Lankan test attack playing on a difficult pitch that a lot of batsmen found tricky, and he played the innings of the match. Brooks bowls, and that is a perfect forward defensive shot. Played back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over. 226 for 3. Will Rhodes has become a little bit becalmed. Doesn't bother him at all. He's on 110. He's faced 224 balls. And Hamza Sheikh, as I say, 18 now off 65 balls. Warwickshire resumed this morning on 171 for 3. They've made pretty untroubled progress in adding 55 to that. And they look pretty settled out there, these two.
Certainly Hamza Sheikh's 4th championship innings. It's his 2nd championship match, but he's now just 3 away from his top score. Made 21 in the 2nd innings against Somerset. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Rhodes, drawn home game against Somerset. Well, should have their fingers burned somewhat by making a declaration at Taunton and seeing Somerset score 400 plus to win the game, so they didn't make that mistake 2nd time round. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Although in the end, rain actually got in the way anyway. They couldn't have carved out a run chase even if they'd wanted to. Shake. Sorry, Rhodes prepares to face Verdi. Well, I'm not sure it's conceded a run this morning. That's pushed out to the onside.
No.
There's no run. So if his job was to keep it tidy and tight ahead of the new ball, then he's certainly doing that. 77th over of the innings. Gives that one a bit of air. It's played back to him by Rhodes. There's no run.
No, he hasn't conceded a run.
You'd imagine they will take the new ball in 3 overs time.
I think got to try and get a couple out before lunch, I would say.
Here he comes to bowl. And Rhodes tries to score the first runs there, makes run, but doesn't make. I bounce a little higher than he thought, and he can only, in the end, work it to point for no run. Last ball of the over, and then I'll go off and do another update. So, Warwickshire doing the job at the moment. As that was another 4 defensive. It is another maiden. 226 for 3, Warwickshire. They lead by 47.
Yeah, Verdi, 14 overs, 5 maidens, number 32, 4 of those maidens this morning. And a bit of stalemate, 3 overs to go to the new ball, half an hour to go till the lunch interval. And Brett D'Oliveira is going to have a little roll from the new road end with his leg spin in an attempt to perhaps produce a little lapse of concentration. Just ask 1 or 2 different questions of these 2 Warwickshire batters who've applied themselves so well this morning. Lights deteriorated again, but no imminent danger of any interruption. Brett D'Oliveira with a slip in place. Bowls short to Shake, who cuts off the back foot out to Kashif Ali, who's out in the deep on the offside, and they take a single. D'Oliveira is going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes. Not surprising. Checks his guard, the Warwickshire batsman. Slip moves across. Man on the drive at short mid-wicket. Man on the drive at extra cover. Both just a little bit closer than they would be if they were just one saving. As D'Oliveira bowls, and Rhodes is pushing that one to the man at extra cover, Matthew Waite. And there's no addition to the score. D'Oliveira around the wicket again, bowls, full, driven again, straight to that man Waite. Here again, D'Oliveira bowls round the wicket, a little bit slower this time. Rhodes goes on the back foot, watches it off the pitch and just steers it with a straight bat up to Tom Taylor at mid-on. Next one is short and pulled by Rhodes out to deep mid-wicket, where there's a tumbling stop by Kashif Ali, and they get back for 2 runs. Good fielding though, they had to hurry. Rolled over as he fielded it on the old wicket ends out on the Cathedral side of the ground, and then tumbled and jumped to his feet, picked it up, throw in very quickly, but good running from Rhodes. 112 now to him. Last ball of the over, played back to the bowler, and that's the end of the 78th over of the innings. 72 left in the day. Warwickshire 229 for 3. They're now leading by 50. And D'Oliveira now signalling to the dressing room for some shin pads, I think. So we're going to have a short leg in. Kashif Ali is going to come in once the helmet and the shin pads arrive from the dressing room. And Verdi bowling to the right-handed Hamza Sheikh will be over the wicket. So we've got a bit of a pause in proceedings while this changeover happens. Maybe give me a chance to tell you about the scores in other games. I know a lot of people keep track of them all, but if you're just watching this one, you might be interested. Somerset playing Surrey at Taunton. Surrey need 214 to win, and they're 7 without loss. Lancashire are about to suffer their 3rd consecutive innings defeat. They are 9 down and still 107 runs behind Durham. That's at Chester Street. At Chelmsford, Notts are also looking down the barrel of an innings defeat. They are 126 runs in arrears with 4 wickets remaining. Middlesex are playing Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire need 167 runs to win. They are 67 for 3. So it looks likely that they'll make it. That's at Lords. And Hampshire playing Kent at Canterbury. Kent trail by 64 now with 6 wickets left. But yeah, well, we're talking about all sorts of aspects of team spirit, etc. a minute ago, as Verdi comes in with that short leg in place, and he gets a wicket. No, he doesn't. I beg your pardon. He went back, and it's taken him on the pad. It lobbed to short leg. I thought it was just exactly what they'd played for, but he didn't get a nick on it. I'm very, very sorry if I gave you a little bit of a kind of increased pulse rate there, whichever side you support. Verdi bowls again, and Sheikh sweeps well for 4. As if to say, how dare you suggest that I was out. He's quite authoritative this time. Short leg in there, had to take cover as he whacked this one away behind square on the leg side for 4. What I was going to say, Clive, as you come back in, is that we were talking about motivation and teams struggling and so on. Lancashire, that they are about to suffer their 3rd consecutive innings defeat. I mean, that is extraordinary, isn't it?
It's a hard habit to get out of, I guess, when you're in that habit. Yeah, a note, by the way, that Worcestershire are -1 on the over rate, so then maybe just check with the umpire when the spinners have finished. You might need to keep on just a little longer if that's the case.
There's Verdi again, bowls, and Sheikh is forward. That pushes this to Libby at short mid-wicket.
And I note that Notts have just lost their 7th wicket, 238 for 726 behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just finish this over, and then we'll swap ends, Clive. We'll have an end swap. Sheikh defends this one out on the offside, and on the onside, I beg your pardon, and there's no run. Just had a message from a good friend of ours, Mike Taylor, who very often sits in the seat that you're in and commentates on Warwickshire games. Verdi bowls. This one turns a little bit slower, played off the back foot by Sheikh, and he's commenting on my picture on Twitter of our equipment, and he says these machines have been the industry standard for over 25 years. They're remarkably durable on the whole. That's true, and every radio commentator will tell you there is no better feeling. Verdi bowls, and this one's driven up to mid-off by Sheikh, and that's the end of the over. 233 for 3, Rhodes 112, Sheikh 23. He says there is no better feeling than seeing the red and green lights at the top come on at the first attempt.
It's the green one especially, because sometimes that takes a little while. You're thinking, come on.
It's not, and you arrive at a ground, don't you, and you plug it all in, and you think, please. And that's one thing about the new, when they're converted, it's instant, isn't it? They come on together, and it's absolutely fantastic.
But it does sometimes take a bit of time for the line to come up, so you do have a couple of goes, and you have to wait for the red light to come on in that case. You have to be patient.
worry that we have. Anyway, Mike, I hope you're well, and I think he's had a holiday recently, hasn't he?
We commentated on the quarter-final together, myself and Mike, and that debacle for the Bears, as it was. I mean, I always enjoy doing the commentary, but it was anyway. D'Oliveira's bowling, that's turned round to square leg. Rose has run the first one hard because he thinks there's a second there, and he's right, so he gets a second run. He's on to 114.
I think he's. I usually see him at Molyneux, Mike, but he's not there this weekend.
Oh, is he
I'll
not?
be there on
Okay.
Sunday because his son is starting university. I think
That's
he's taking him
right.
off to
we told me that.
university.
Yeah.
But I had a good.
I think he's taking one of them to Edinburgh. I think.
Glasgow.
Glasgow, is it?
Yeah,
Crikey.
Glasgow. I think. Had a good discussion of which I'll get you involved in a minute.
Full toss, which isn't punished by Rosie, whipped it away, but it stopped in the covers.
With Mike about I commented on Twitter when I was watching.
Next one is just turned round his pads by Rhodes. Again, he's run the first one hard, and again, he's rewarded by being able to turn and come back for a second.
I was watching the T20 on TV the other day, and Dominic Cork was commentating, and he said, I'll try and find it so that I don't spout nonsense any more than usual. Dominic Cork said about hitting the ball at the top of the bounce,
This one is played into the ground, that's fielded, there's no run.
which is something we've all heard lots of commentators say, I think, over the years. Hit the ball at the top of the bounce. And I said, always a bit unsure when commentators say he's hit it at the top of the bounce.
That's turned round to mid-wicket, no run.
Probably even said it myself at times. If the bat interrupts the ball's progress,
It's
what
there.
else can it be? It has to be at the top of the bounce, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose that, but if the ball started coming down, is that...
Well, when's that ever happened?
Well, all right then. Yeah, okay, fair enough. This next one is played to mid-wicket, and it's a single. How do you know it's
think
the top of the pounce anyway?
Yeah, I
Because-
mean, you get somebody goes on the back foot, punches the
Yeah.
ball like I described Hamza Sheikh earlier. Beautiful shot through covers, and you think, oh yeah. Tom Graveney used to say it, and he was a great friend of mine, a great commentator. But he say, oh, and he hit that at the top of the bounce, and I just think, it doesn't make sense. It must be the top of the bounce if the bat comes down and interrupts the pace of the ball. So, and Mike got involved with my discussion, and he said, I do it myself. He said, it's an interesting comment. He said, I think I sometimes say it, and it's, you can't really deny it. It has to be at the top of the bounce. And he sort of said it made him reconsider. Well, not right. I don't want people to change what they say, but you know what I mean. It isn't logical, is it?
There is something in commentary. You hear someone say something and you think, crikey, I can't say that anymore. I'll give you the one I read in, somebody wrote a letter in Win Saturday Comes. It was a very, very valid point. And it's stopped me saying the phrase.
Right.
It's
Tom Taylor with the new ball, I think.
Yes, indeed. And that's... oh, is it you? Sorry. I
Yeah,
beg your
outside
pardon.
the off stump, Will Rose
beg your
leaves it.
pardon.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
And you made the point that when you say he's been denied by the woodwork or been denied by the post hasn't done anything. The ball's just hit it. He's not been denied by the
Yeah,
woodwork.
yeah.
By the post.
Denied by the
He's
goalkeeper
missed,
if
that's
he
what-
saves it.
Yeah, he's missed. He's not been denied by it.
Yeah.
So I never use that phrase anymore.
Well, it made me think about the top of the bounce because it just doesn't seem logical. If the ball's rising and the bat hits it, that has to be the top of the bounce. It can't go any further, can it? Anyway, it's Taylor round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Will Rhodes,
He left that at the
238
top
for
of the
3.
bounce.
But you're right. I mean, and those you do live football commentary, don't you?
Yeah.
My football reporting tends to be just updates most of the time, goal flashes and things. But yeah, you do slip into the sort of common parlance, don't you? The other thing my pet hate at the moment, and I'm always interested to hear from people about this. So do get in touch and let us know whether you share our views or whether you disagree. Taylor round the wicket, in and bowls outside the off stump again and left by Rhodes. Don't get in touch and say I hate your commentary because you say this and that, because that isn't helping the discussion. But my pet hate at the moment is on football commentary on TV and cricket commentary, I have to say, on TV, is that they just don't stop talking. Now, I know we've got to talk all the time because we're on the radio, and if you're watching the stream and listening to us, you might think, why do they keep talking when they don't need to?
I'll tell you why they do. Because they're instructed to.
Well,
by producers. It's not commentators' fault, it's producers' fault.
I
agree.
It's just horrible,
But
isn't
I
it?
will defend the commentators.
Yeah, no, I'm not having a go at them
No.
personally. Edged down to third man. by Rhodes, fielded by Matthew Waite. They pick up 2. Will Rhodes goes calmly on to 119, and Worcestershire still without a breakthrough this morning. The new ball has been taken, but and it may well be that they're told to, but when you're watching and you're being told what you can see, I don't think that's great. And if you're being told stuff you can't see, or even just having it a little bit enhanced, then fine. But if they talk all the time, I just think it becomes a bit tiresome, really.
I agree, but and of course the classic example of not doing that.
Richie Benno.
Exactly who I was going to say. Yeah.
Round the wicket, Taylor edged by Rhodes. Oh, not sure if it carried or not. Ethan Brooks at second slip, dive into his right. I don't think he did. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to see if I can have a look at a replay and see whether it carried, but it was a good threatening delivery from Taylor. Round the wicket, Rhodes drawn into it. No, bounced in front of him just by his left hand, so no blame attached to Ethan Brooks on that occasion. But yeah, like you say, Benno was the master of that, and he didn't have somebody telling him, and if he did, he probably would have said, no, I'm not going to talk all the time. I will just say, if you're watching the stream and you think, well, you two guys talk all the time, we do, but that's because we're doing the radio, and silence is a sin, really, as far as radio is concerned.
Golden, yeah. I can't remember who it was, but I heard of one cricket commentator who said he did keep quiet for a while, and he had someone in his ear saying, what are we paying you for? Talk.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
But I think that is misguided. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think don't have long silences, but they talk it all the time. Don't need it. Steered, not edged, by Hamza Sheikh down to third man for a single. This one, good over from Taylor. It cost 4 runs, but he did find that edge, and that's about the single most encouraging thing that's happened in the last hour or so, I would say, from a Worcestershire point of view. They found it hard work this morning, which is credit to Will Rhodes and Hamza Sheikh, who have both batted very, very nicely this morning, and they've added 71 runs to the overnight score. Will Rhodes brought up his 100 off 198 balls with 15 fours, and he has looked as though he is once again going to go on to a big one. Just confirming, I don't think it carried to Ethan Brooks. I think it bounced about a yard in front of him.
Yeah. So, where were we? It's going to be Matthew Waite comes in the ball, and that's driven to mid-on. And I had the great pleasure of interviewing Richie Benno twice. It was a wonderful experience, that. First time I did it, when BBC CWR had been just a satellite station for Radio WM for a few years, and then it was relaunched as a brand new station in its own right. BBC Coventry, Warwickshire then. And the very first day that we launched, I was actually covering a Lord's final. That one is played to mid-wicket, there's no run, and I managed to persuade Richie Benno to come on. And
brilliant.
I recorded, we did an interview, and it was one of the first things that went out. And what was lovely was we recorded it from the commentary point, so I had to have my producer Rob back in the studio pressing all the buttons and recording it. And when I finished, as in comes Waite to bowl. Lovely interview with him. I said at the end, thanks Rob, and Richie went, yes, thanks Rob. I just absolutely made Rob's year, that did.
Fantastic. Yeah, but he was just absolutely brilliant, wasn't he? I mentioned Tom Graveney saying top of the bounce. He was my co-commentator for a year here at New Road back in the day, and it was just a privilege, an absolute privilege to sit there and listen to the pearls of wisdom.
And you have the lovely Martin Horton for a few years, didn't you?
Indeed, yeah.
That one is played to backward point for no run.
And in the early days when I started with Cricket Call, we used to use all the TMS guys when there were no test matches. So Trevor Bailey was a regular at Essex games, and he was also a wonderful broadcaster and great knowledge of the games.
There's pictures of all of them in the commentary box at Edgbaston.
Yeah. No, it was great. My favourite Benno story, and I've told it several times, people will know what's coming.
Waite comes into bowl, And that's driven, but stop, there's no run.
And it talks about it's about silence being so good, and it was, I think it was the same game when Devon Malcolm got that 9 for against South Africa at the Oval, and Malcolm was batting at the end of the England innings, and you remember he used to wear those big thick glasses, didn't he? And anyway, he was batting, and the camera was panning around as it did, and Benno wasn't speaking because he often he'd wait 2 balls, wouldn't he? Wouldn't say anything if nothing happened.
Away comes into bowl. That's pushed into the offside again, no run.
As the camera panned around, it went into the sky and it picked out a floating inflatable parrot that somebody had let go, presumably in the crowd, and it had gone off as they do. It was quite big, and it just floated, and the camera followed it for about 10 seconds, and Richie Benno didn't say a word at all. And the next ball was bowled. Excuse me, you've heard it before, but it's a great one. The next ball was bowled, and it went straight through to the keeper. Malcolm was facing, nothing was said. And then Malcolm got a fly in his eye, and he called the umpire over and took his glasses off, and they were all gathered round. The camera zoomed in, and it's not good radio this, but I'm suggesting how you sort of pull your eyelid up when you've got a fly in it. Taylor bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rhodes, and there's no run. And they all gathered round, and the umpire got his hanky out, and they were trying to get this fly out. And it was 2 or 3 balls after the parrot had been seen, and Benno just said, "They can be so dangerous, those parrots, I tell you." It was just genius. How did he know, that when he didn't say anything, that something was going to happen later? It was just utter commentary genius. And I have never forgotten it. I'd love to find that clip somewhere. Taylor round the wicket in the sunshine from the Diglis end, bowls, and Rhodes clips this up to mid-on and takes a hurried single, which is good because they've been out there for nearly 2 hours this morning, and they've added 70 odd runs, but they're still taking a quick single, which is good stuff. Rhodes goes to 121, 243 for 3. Taylor with the new ball, his second over with it, found the edge of Rhodes's bat, one that dropped just short of Brooks at second slip. Can he now trouble the right-handed Hamza Sheikh? Coming in from the Diglis end, bowls, and Sheikh is not troubled. He's very comfortable in his play as he turns this one off his legs for a single on the leg side. He's been a very mature innings from Hamza Sheikh. What's impressed me about it is that he's only scored 24 this morning, nearly 2 hours, but it's not bothered him. He knows he's doing a good job for the side. He's growing as a player, and he's learning to play a long innings in a championship game. Good stuff. He's a very, very promising young player, is Hamza Sheikh.
Warwickshire got very high hopes for him.
Taylor again round the wicket, bowls. Rhodes lets that go. Roderick takes. There's no run.
I think they have slight fears as to how much they'll actually see of him, to be honest, because I don't think it will be long, as long as he continues to develop. He seems to be having a little issue with his back at the moment. We're just gone down on one knee, and anyway, I don't think it'll be long, as if all goes well, before
international recognition
comes.
Yeah, it's another way in which the game's changed, isn't it? Is that you're a young player, you're never going to get people doing the sort of things that Mark Ramprakash did when he got 2,000 runs in 2 consecutive years or anything. They just don't play enough. Taylor bowls, left alone again by Rhodes outside the off stump. And also, I was saying the other day, you're not going to get many players now like the likes of Will Rhodes, or say even more the likes of someone like Darryl Mitchell, or a player who plays at one club for his entire career. I mean that is less likely these days. Players move around a lot more. The Joe Leaches of this world, the Ollie Dolbys, the people that tend to get testimonials these days because they've played for 10 years or so, they are few and far between. James Hildreth be a good example at Somerset, wouldn't he? Taylor in, round the wicket, outside the off stump, left alone by Will Rhodes, 244 for 3. Rhodes 121, Hamza Sheikh on 25. The men out yesterday in this innings: Rob Yates for 5, Alex Davis for 65, and Sam Hain for 22, but no wickets this morning, and we are now just about a couple of overs away from lunch.
Yeah. Worcestershire will be frustrated. They've got to keep at it. Still hope that one wicket might follow more. There is a little bit of a tail, with great respect to Michael Ray coming in at 9. So I'll only be sort of 3 wickets away from being nearly there, but at the moment it's not happening for them as Wake bowls. And it's similar actually when Warwickshire took the second new ball, didn't really do very much so far. I don't think this one has. That's played by Sheikh comfortably.
Yeah, it's flattened out. I think it's got easier. I didn't expect it to flatten out perhaps quite as much as it has. The combination of that and the Kookaburra and better batting, I think, let's be fair. Yeah. They didn't bat particularly well first time around, Warwickshire.
Especially not yesterday morning. In comes Wake to bowl, and Sheikh solidly defends that. And he remains on 25 off 82 balls. This is now his highest championship score. So I say it's only his 4th innings, but setting the new high score. His highest first-class score was 91, of course, in that match here for the England Lions. He just seems to be having, again, he's stretching his right leg. He's having a little bit of a issue with cramping up a bit or something, I don't know, but in comes Wake to bowl to with 2 slips in place, and he leans back and guides that past point, and he'll get 1 run for that to move on to 26, 245 for 3. The lead now is 66. Just add 21 to the 45, you get that 66. And so still far from safe, of course, but getting on their way. Kent have lost a 5th wicket against Hampshire. Now they're 55 behind. No early loss for Surrey. 17 that loss in the 11th over, though, so they're going very slowly. Chasing 221 to beat Somerset at Taunton. Win for Surrey, the title's all but done. A win for Somerset, and it'll be wide open between the two. A tie, I guess, would leave Surrey in the driving seat. Here, the draw's looking more and more likely as the day goes on, but it's far from certain yet. Wake comes into bowl, and that's played into the ground to mid-off, and it's cut off by Verdi. And not so many in the ground at the moment. Final day of the match. Could still be intriguing. I think you might have an update coming up.
Yeah, shortly after 12:30, I think the players leave the field.
Where are we? We will get one more over in after this one, won't we? Because there's only 2 balls left of this. As Wake comes into bowl, and that's left by Rhodes, who's on 121. So he's been slow going from this morning, but that's fine. That's what the proverbial doctor ordered. 49 he scored in this morning's session. Will Rhodes and Hamza Sheikh scored just 25, but Warwickshire progressing steadily. 74 in the session they've got. As the next one, he lets go past him. There's no run.
Yeah, one more over then before lunch. An uneventful morning. Very different from yesterday morning, which was full of event, but good cricket from the Bears this morning. Rhodes and Sheikh in particular. Well, Rhodes and Sheikh personifying their resolve in this innings after yesterday's. Well, it was a bit of a shock, I would imagine. Yesterday they'd have been a bit shocked in the dressing room between the innings, and they'll have got themselves together and said, "Do you know what? We're better than this. We've got to go out and show it." And they've done exactly that. Rob Yates out for 5, but since then 5 for 1. They haven't really done much wrong. Alex Davis made 65, Sam Hain 22, and these two outstanding partnership now as Shake plays this next one from Taylor up to mid-off where Dolliver fields. And, well, what have they added? They've added nearly 80, and there's 76, I think, for this fourth wicket so far. And they've done it, it's not so much the numbers, as I said earlier, it's the way they've done it, the way they've basically killed Worcestershire's enthusiasm to some extent. I'm not saying they're not applying themselves in the field, of course they are, and Taylor tries as hard as anybody, coming in with the new ball now, bowls outside the off stump, but Shake leaves that alone. But as a batting pair, you can get on top of the opposition, even in a largely defensive partnership. You can just blunt the attack, shall we say, and that's exactly what they've done. It's been tidy from Worcestershire this morning, and they haven't given a lot away, but they've not given the bowlers any encouragement whatsoever, and that, I think, is very, very much to their credit. And that's a lovely drive from Hamza Sheikh, parried by Taylor, which produces a bit of confusion, because when he hit it, I think he thought that was going to go all the way, but Taylor parried it in his follow-through, and that meant that they only got a single, and it had to be a hurried single because the ball was deflected away to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. 246 for three balls left before the break, and that update coming very shortly. Complete contrast to yesterday morning's session, Clive.
It is. That's exactly what Warwickshire would have wanted.
I know what that is. That's a book that somebody wants me to get signed. Taylor round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Will Rhodes, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's been a very good morning from Warwickshire. It's not been a thriller minute. It's not had the crowd on the edge of the seats, but that really was kind of their job, is to stop any excitement this morning.
Absolutely. Yeah. Perfect morning for Warwickshire. Perfect morning. Taylor round the wicket. Bowls. Rhodes edges along the ground to third slip. Fielded by Jake Libby. And there's no run. So what have they added? They've added 75 this morning. Nice.
31 overs.
Round 75 in 31 overs without loss. And without much problem, really. They've played and missed a few times. A couple of edges have dropped short, but nothing. You wouldn't say they've been lucky.
No, Notts have lost their 8th wicket, by the way.
Yeah.
266 for 8. So they had 2 wickets away from
Cue more hysteria on social media. Round the wicket, Taylor bowls, left alone by Rhodes. That is lunch. Excellent from Warwickshire. 246 for 3 at the break. And odds on a draw now, Clive, I would say.
Yeah, it's not certain, but yeah, Warwickshire certainly getting closer to ensuring they get that result.
Here comes that update. Well, we had a clatter of wickets yesterday in the morning session, Elliot. Today, the complete opposite. No wickets whatsoever. Players leaving the field for lunch, with Warwickshire having moved on from their overnight 171 for 3 to 246 for 3. That means that they lead by 67, and it means that Worcestershire have had a frustrating morning. They haven't bowled badly at all. They bowled very tidily, in fact, but pitch certainly flattening out a little bit. The new ball has just been taken. It's 5 overs old, but Will Rhodes, the former Warwickshire captain, who's due to leave for Durham at the end of the season, has been immovable. He is 121 not out. With him at the other end of the ladder in terms of experience, Hamza Sheikh, a most promising young player who's playing only his 2nd championship game. He's 27 not out, having batted all the morning for just 26 runs, but they've played superbly for their side. and they've blunted the Worcestershire attack, and it's been a frustrating morning for Brett D'Oliveira's men. Odds on a draw now in this game. Warwickshire at lunch 2.46 for 3. Welcome back to New Road, where play's about to get underway in the afternoon session on the fourth and final day of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire having batted throughout the morning without losing a wicket, which means that Hamza Sheikh, and more particularly Will Rhodes, played very well in the first session. A new ball has been taken. Ethan Brooks is going to take up the attack.
Things have
from
developed.
The new road end.
Sorry, Frank. Things have developed during the luncheon.
They have. Brooks in, and Sheikh is forward, playing defensively at the pitch, and there's no run. I'll let Clive explain that.
So Lancashire and Nottinghamshire have both lost their respective matches during our lunch interval. Notts bowled out for 281 by Essex, to lose by an innings and 83, and Lancashire all out for 282, losing to Durham by an innings and 63.
Brooks in again to Sheikh. Bowls, and Sheikh is forward, playing out to mid-on.
So it means Lancashire take just 1 point from their match. So they are on 107, they remain second from bottom, and Nottinghamshire only take 2 points from their match, so they are 11 points ahead of Lancashire. And what it means is, for these two teams, if this game ends in a draw...
Brooks again. Sheikh drives beautifully through the covers off the front foot. Half volley from Brooks. Glorious stroke from Sheikh. Takes him on to 31. 250 is up. 250 for 3.
Warwickshire, well, even if Warwickshire lose, let's just be ultra pessimistic. If Warwickshire lose, they'll get 3 points. They'll be 135. They will remain 28 points clear of safety, clear of the relegation zone with 2 games to go. But if they draw, they'll be 36 points clear. And Worcestershire, who will get 13 points from a draw, would be a further 4 points clear.
Brooks again bowls. Sheikh defends on the back foot this time, out to mid-wicket.
So they would be 40 points clear. So only 9 points away from being mathematically safe, subject to any point deductions. It does mean Durham leapfrog both the counties. They're up to 154 points, and they will stay ahead of both these counties if it's a draw. There'll be 7 points ahead of Worcestershire. And Essex move up into third for the time being, despite their 12 points deduction.
Brooks bowls, worked away on the onside this by Sheikh, and there's no run.
I'll check whether this table actually is taking the 12 points. I think it has taken the 12 points into account.
My feeling is that the top 4 sides in this division are definitely Surrey, Somerset, Essex and Durham. I base that on the way they played against the teams, the way they played against Worcestershire when I've seen them. Brooks bowls, edged down to third man by Sheikh, and he'll come back for 2. 252 for 3 at the end of the first over after lunch. I base that on what I've seen when they've played against Worcestershire and you know, general observations around the season. And I think Kent have probably been the drift for a lot of the season. But Lancashire, 3 consecutive innings defeats is extraordinary. And Notts have kind of their one day indifferent form has crept into their red ball game, and you just feel that those 3 probably are running out of gas at the same time, really. And I think these 2, if they draw this game, I think they're pretty much safer.
Yeah. Getting quite dark now. We actually had a little bit of rain during the lunch interval, and it is getting quite dark, and it is raining at Taunton, just to add a bit more drama to the top of the table clash. I mean, a draw ultimately, if it is rained off there, would suit Surrey. They were 18 without loss, needing another 203 to win. Kent are hanging on against Hampshire. They'll give themselves just a smidgen of a chance if they hang on for a draw. They're not much of one. That beats the outside edge of Rhodes, playing forward to that one as Logan Van Beek comes in from the Diglas end. It is very dark. I suspect the umpires are staying out there because it's one big thick cloud which is blowing over, and they're probably hoping that it will brighten up fairly quickly, because I think this is almost as dark as it has been during the course of the match, and 1 or 2 people are now moving Oh, there's a few boos, oohs and ahs because they are coming off, but to be fair, there is a bit of rain coming down now, and some of the crowd moving for cover. So that's the first interruption on this final day, and of course, being the final day, we cannot make up the time later, so overs will be lost. Warwickshire brought up to 250 in the process of that little short passage of play. Will Rhodes on 21, Hampshire Shake now on 33. They lead by 73, and this rain, of course, is making the draw ever more likely. Let me just give you that, well, we'll have a brief break, give you the championship table. So, Surrey and Somerset, top two. Surrey started 24 points clear of Somerset, and that match could go either way, so we'll see what happens there. But Essex are up to third on 160 points. Let's call this a draw for now. That would put Worcestershire on 147 and Warwickshire on 143. So they would be just 13 points behind Essex, who are currently third. Hampshire will still have ambitions to win their game against Kent, although they are being held up. Kent are 147 for 5, they're only 49 behind now. So a Hampshire win, if they do get it, I'm just checking how many bonus points they got, would give them, they would only drop 1 point, they would give them 23 points. So they would be on 177, fairly well cleared, to be honest, of Worcestershire and Warwickshire. But if they are held up, they are held to a draw, they'd be 171. So what would that, what did I say Worcestershire will be on? They'll be 147, so they'll be 24 points behind Hampshire if Hampshire draw. Durham up to fifth now, they got 154, so they will be 7 points ahead of Worcestershire. This is a draw, and 11 ahead of Warwickshire. Worcestershire will increase the gap on Warwickshire. It started at 2 points, it will now be 4 if this is a draw, because they got 2 more bonus points than Warwickshire. And as I say, both teams are fairly well clear. It will be a toss-up between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. Notts did actually gain a point on Lancashire, but it's only 11 points clear, so still tight between those two. And here, the cover's coming on. Frank, I don't think it's going to rain for very long, hopefully.
Raining quite hard, though.
Yeah.
Raining quite hard.
So there we are, Warwickshire 252 for 3, and rain has stopped play.